Good evening. Welcome to the February 22nd, 2021 regular meeting of the Westerville City Schools Board of Education. Though providing an opportunity for public comment during school board meetings is not a requirement, the Westerville City School District Board of Education believes it is an important part of its engagement with and accountability to the community. During a typical meeting, there are two opportunities for individuals to address the board. The first opportunity is to share comments regarding a specific agenda item, and the second is to share comments of a general nature. As part of our mitigation efforts to slow the spread of the coronavirus, and in the spirit of maintaining an opportunity for our public to participate in these virtual school board meetings, we are offering interested persons an opportunity to submit written public comments. Details are available online at wcsoh.org/virtual BOE. As we announced last Friday to our staff and families, tonight's meeting includes a presentation by the superintendent about a potential plan to return our district to full-time in-person instruction for all students. Since there is a high level of interest in this topic, the opportunity to share a public comment has been open since 5 p.m. and will remain open through the end of the board meeting. Given the volume of feedback we expect to receive this evening, we will not be reading public comments from the board table as we have during the past few meetings. Instead, each board member has access to read and review public comments in real time as they are received this evening. Submissions will be published on our virtual board meeting page by the end of the day Tuesday for anyone interested. Tonight's public comment process is consistent with earlier meetings that had agenda items of great interest to our community. All comments received this evening become part
President Bell, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to make sure something. I think there's a component of what you're reading that is actually replicating last meeting. If you go to the third paragraph, and so I don't know if we want to correct that for the public, because we did the presentation 2 weeks ago, and this evening the big thing on the agenda would be boundary planning. So I apologize for interrupting, but Ms. Marshall and I thought it'd be wise to make a correction there. Apologize for that.
Okay, that's okay. I was going to throw that in at the end to make sure we got it in there.
I knew you'd catch it.
To revise that paragraph, we would say, as announced last Friday to our staff and families, tonight's meeting includes a presentation about the boundary alignment for the new elementary and middle school. Let's see here. And since there is a high level of interest in this topic, the opportunity to submit a public comment has been open since 5 p.m. and will remain open through the end of the board meeting. Given the volume of feedback we expect to receive this evening, we will not be reading public comments from the board table as we have during the past few meetings. Instead, each board member has access to read and review public comments in real time as they are received this evening. Submissions will be published on our virtual board meeting page by the end of the day Tuesday for anyone interested. Tonight's public comment process is consistent with earlier meetings that had agenda items of great interest to our community. All comments received this evening become part of the official meeting record exactly as submitted. However, we reserve the right to ensure comments published online are professional in nature, avoid the use of inappropriate language, refrain from identifying individuals in the event of a complaint, and comply with general standards of civil discourse. As with in-person public comments offered during traditional school board meetings, members may offer an immediate response or withhold their response in order to conduct appropriate research and follow-up with the individual at a later time. Thank you in advance for your understanding and cooperation. And with that, our meeting is called to order. Ms. Marshall, would you please read the roll?
Mrs. Altman,
Here.
Mrs. Davidson,
Here.
Mr. Velarde,
Here.
Dr. Nestor Baker,
Here.
Mr. Bell.
Here. Item 3.01, the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand and join us in the
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
agenda item 4.01 to temporarily suspend board policy PO 0169.1, public participation at Board of Education meetings. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Nestor Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson,
Yes.
Mrs. Altman,
Yes.
Mr. Velarde,
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 5, district highlights and recognitions. Agenda item 5.01, recognition of Black history. Dr. Kellogg, would you like to share with us?
Thank you, President Bell, members of the board. It's my pleasure this evening to provide a little bit of information regarding our school's activities around celebrating Black History Month. This is an important time period for us, probably more important than ever as we look at the past year and giving our students an opportunity to process and share with us their history, their feelings about Black history and our contributions as a district. So with that, I just wanted to share a little bit about some of the programming. Next slide. So what I'm most proud is that at all of our schools, despite all of the challenges of a pandemic-filled world, our schools have taken on the challenge with help from staff and from students and from families to find ways to really dive into and celebrate Black History Month. As you can see on the slide, just a number of different kinds of opportunities going on out there. I know I had an opportunity to watch Dr. Jeffries and his conversation with some of our middle school students at Walnut Springs, I think it was. There was a graduate from Westerville South High School and Heritage Middle School who had a conversation with our students at Heritage Middle School. That was a great conversation. Got to watch that one as well. There's still events coming up that are going to be provided through a virtual environment. I just saw an invitation from Westerville South for their program. I believe Westerville Central's is coming up as well. So just real shout out to all of the folks at our buildings who've taken the time to celebrate Black History Month, even with the challenges of a pandemic going on. So if you haven't had a chance, I'd encourage you to take a look at what's going on at those buildings. Next slide, please. And of course, as we announced at the start of the month, and this is the last Monday of February, we have every Monday of the month presented on our website for the community to see a tape version of some of the professional development sessions we did with our staff this year, so our public could see the kind of discussions and kind of work and kind of professional development we have going on. So this week, February 22nd, you see Dr. Lori Patton Davis, an OSU professor. The video from her presentation is up there. The other weeks are up there as well. So We want to continue to learn as an organization, learn alongside with our community as we grow and celebrate Black History Month here at Westerville City Schools. So thank you to everybody who worked so hard to make sure that these activities continued on this month. I wanted to thank you for that and all the work that went on there.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kellogg. Agenda item 5.02, Children's Hunger Alliance Child Nutrition Award. Mr. Velardo, would you like to share with us, please?
Thank you, President Bell. I would be honored to, as the community engagement liaison, one of the privileges that I get to do is to honor some incredible work that happens behind the scenes here throughout the district. And as we just heard, pandemic or not, all in or not, blended or not, there's some incredible things going on throughout this district. And one of those is that the Westerville City School District and Carrie Dennis were awarded the Children's Hunger Alliance Child Nutrition Award. I cannot tell you how proud all of us up here are that we have received this award for going above and beyond multiple times to making sure that children were fed during this really difficult time. We're going to show a video of Rick Oxley, who's from the Children's Hunger Alliance, presenting the award to our school district and the Westerville City Schools Food Service Department. Carrie Dennis, Manager, Food Services and Purchasing. I think, Jill, you're going to pop up that video. Is that correct? Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Reverend Bell, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Kellogg, and honored guests. My name is Rick Oxley and I represent Children's Hunger Alliance, an Ohio nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood food insecurity. 1 in 5 Ohio children are food insecure. It is my privilege to present the Children's Hunger Alliance Child Nutrition Award to the Westville City Schools in recognizing of maximizing access to school meals to meet nutrition needs. Last spring, when Ohio COVID response shut down schools, the Westville City Schools responded with emergency feeding of students. Food service and transportation staff, along with volunteers, coordinated meals. In the spring, food service staff collaborated with transportation team to route buses into neighborhoods to get meals to the community by having food service staff on the buses distributing meals. When schools started fully remote this year, Westville Schools provided pickup meals at various schools throughout the district. Once school returned to blended learning, meal pickup was moved to Saturdays for virtual learners. Westville Schools served over 200 meals from the time schools closed in March until mid-May. 370 meals have been served since the start of the school year, 570 meals to date. It is my honor this evening to present the Children's Hunger Alliance Child Nutrition Award to the Westville Schools, Mrs. Carrie Dennis, dedicated food service staff and transportation staff, and community volunteers. Thank you and good evening.
Just a big shout out to an organization that does a huge amount of work. Children's Hunger Alliance is one of those organizations you can, what is the saying, Dr. Nestor Baker, you can curse the darkness or you can light a candle. This is an organization that lights candles. And Mr. Oxley, we really appreciate this award. One correction. I believe he said that we have served 570 meals. I think what he meant to say was we have served 570,000 meals. Just a little bit of a typo with a few zeros in there, but just wanted you all to know. And Carrie Dennis, to me, and I think to the board and all staff here, Carrie Dennis is one of our gems who serves incredible in the way that she serves the students in this district. So thank you, Children's Hunger Alliance. Thank you, Mr. Oxley. Thank you, President Bell, for allowing me to honor Carrie Dennis and her team for the incredible amount of work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Velardo. Agenda item 6 on Approve the minutes as presented of the hybrid virtual Board of Education meeting held Monday, February the 8th, 2021. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion, additions, or corrections? Hearing none. Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Altman,
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson,
Yes.
Mr. Velardo,
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 7.01, the audit report. Ms. Marshall, would you please share with us about the audit report?
Yes, thank you, President Bell and members of the board. I'm actually going to invite Mr. Al Hammond. Al is a member of our audit committee. He has served on the audit committee since the fiscal year 2017 audit, and Al is on the call, and he will share with you the committee's report.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, President Bell, the Westerville School Board members, Dr. Kellogg, the administrative team, and the community members. My name is Al Hammond, and I'm a community member of the Audit Committee. Other members of our committee are Keith Gaskins, Eric Hyrie, Lori Keaton, Sue Holzer, and members more are from the administration that's on the Audit Committee, Nicole Marshall, Laura Hendricks, and Mark Hershiser. We met on January 27th, 2021 at 11:30 a.m. to review the audit that was produced for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. And this year audit produced no findings, which is our 7th year in a row where there have been no audit findings against the district. In addition to that, there were no issues or items even to be in a management letter. So no management letter will even be issued. Because of that, this will be the 9th year that the district will be receiving the Auditor's Award of Distinction. So that's a heck of a level to achieve. In addition to that, in the first year of the award, called the 4-Star Award, the district will also receive that award. That award is I did some research just so everyone would know since it's brand new. It's a Sunshine Law Requirement Award. The awards from 1 to 4 stars. To receive 1 star, you have to meet all the Sunshine Law requirements, which the district did. And to receive the additional 3 stars, you have to be compliant with all the more best practices. And those are identified by the audit team that did the review. And in our case, we met all 7 of those best practices, which is 2 more than necessary. So we will be receiving that award as well. It just goes to show that the district is in great hands and has been for a number of years. I've been on and off the audit committee for a number of years. And I'll note that in a personal note, this is my final year on the audit committee. And I wanted to thank the board and the administration for the opportunity to serve on the audit committee. I appreciate it, and it has been very eye-opening and very enjoyable. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions?
No questions, but I want to thank you, Al, for your lengthy service on the audit committee and your very clear attention to ensuring that all is as it should be in the district as regards our finances. And this year, as we look at a new award that expands beyond the treasurer's office and encompasses many components of the district, as we look at transparency as regards public records and the Sunshine Law, I thank you for your service, and I thank you for your clear attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baker. I appreciate that. It's been very enjoyable. It's been great to work with Nicole and the other members of the audit committee and with the administration. And I leave it in great hands and appreciate the opportunity. Everyone have a good evening.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your service and for the time that you have spent to help make Westerville City Schools great. So thank you very much. Next item on our agenda, 7.02, boundary update that will be given by Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. Jill, thank you. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes.
Good evening, President Bell, Vice President Dr. Nestor Baker, members of the board, Dr. Kellogg, and Ms. Marshall. Tonight, we are providing you with the recommendations for elementary school and middle school boundary updates. With me tonight are Barb Wallace, the administrative co-facilitator of the Elementary School Realignment Committee, and Meg Hogan, our community member representative who served as co-facilitator with Mrs. Wallace. We also have Scott Reeves, the administrative co-facilitator of the Middle School Realignment Committee, and Jessica Stein, our community member representative who served as co-facilitator with Mr. Reeves. While I lead you through the general presentation, the facilitators will provide additional comments and responses to any questions you may have. This presentation is designed to provide the board and the community a look at the process utilized in a timeline manner for clarity of where the committees started and finished with these recommendations for their boundaries. So let's begin with the origin of the process. The district convened a community committee in 2017 to provide recommendations to the superintendent and board of education regarding a 10-year facility master plan. Following a thorough review of enrollment forecast and other data, one of the recommendations was to build a new middle school and a new elementary school to support projected enrollment growth and address capacity concerns at existing schools. Voters approved a ballot issue in November of 2019 to fund the first phase of identified projects. The new elementary school is currently under construction in the Minerva Park area and is scheduled to open in the fall of 2022. A rendering of this school is shown in the image on the top of the slide. The new middle school is in the construction document design phase and is scheduled to break ground this year and open in the fall of 2023. The middle school, a rendering of the middle school in its current state of design, is the lower image on the screen in front of you. The realignment of school boundaries is happening now to give families enough time to consider and plan for these changes before they take effect in 2022 and the 2023 school year. As you can see from the heat mapping graphic of our student population on the left side of this slide, the southern end of our district is densely populated with students, yet has very few school buildings. The two new buildings will be in the village of Minerva Park. Are you able to see the highlighter on the screen? So the two new buildings are right here in this area, directly across from, or in very close proximity to Hawthorne Elementary School. The graphic on the right also highlights the two new schools' locations as well as some of the more recent residential developments. So here are the two new schools. The new middle school will be directly across from Hawthorne, and then the new elementary school catty corner from Hawthorne. And we've got several new developments. The village at Minerva Park is wrapping up, but the others are still in progress. At this time last year, we just completed the planning phase of the overall process and had our kickoff meeting with the committees. In the planning, we worked with revisions to both Board Policy 7110 and the charge to the realignment committees. We garnered initial community feedback and prepared materials for the committees. The board approved the policy and charge about a year ago, and the committee work sessions began right after that. The committees met both combined and independently. Early on, the meetings were in person. When the district moved to remote learning in the spring, the committee work was suspended indefinitely. The original target for board action on updated elementary and middle school boundaries was for this past October. However, due to the ongoing pandemic, when the committee work was eventually able to resume this fall, the meetings were conducted through the Zoom platform, and the timeline was pushed back with the target completion date of February 2021. We are thankful for those committee members who were able to continue their participation through this platform, as we know it was very challenging at times. In November, the committees provided a work product that they requested community feedback on before making their final recommendations that we will see later in this presentation. After approval of the new boundaries, they will take effect in the fall of 2022 for elementary schools with the opening of the new elementary school. And the new boundaries for the middle school will take effect in the fall of 2023 with the opening of the new middle school. Again, I would like to really express the district's gratitude to the membership of the realignment committees who have now worked for just over a year on this project. These are the members of the elementary school boundary committee who contributed on the project. Some of these members, along with the members of middle school committee, have joined us for this evening's first reading via our YouTube channel. However, Meg Hogan and Barb Wallace are representing this committee for this presentation. At this time, I would like to offer Meg Hogan an opportunity to jump on to the meeting and share her perspectives of participation on this committee. Meg, if you have anything you'd like to say.
Hi there. Literally just walked in the door. Of course, my daughter needed a ride to South at this exact time for some theater stuff. So yeah, I really enjoyed being on the committee. I wrote a few notes, a lot of which you touched on, how we started the process almost a year ago. And we were fortunate enough to meet a few times before the world shut down. It was nice to meet as a group and commonly talk about the maps and data sets and the charge from the board and all the community feedback we had up to that point. And then after the break, when we reconvened via Zoom meetings, we refreshed our minds and looked through what we had and really went by a lot of the feedback and tried to keep the goals consistent with the board charge and all the feedback. And I think that's where we are now, at a pretty good place.
Thank you. Barb Wallace, would you like to share any of your feedback at this point in time?
I want to thank you and Chris Pointer for always updating the maps. What made it possible to work remotely was the fact that as changes came, these men were very gracious and very quickly putting together new maps to send out to the committee so that before we met, they had a chance to look and know what the changes were. And it made it a very effective process. Thank you.
We also have board member Tracy Davidson, who served as an observer for the elementary school realignment committee. Ms. Davidson, I didn't know if you wanted to share any of your perspective.
So just real quick, it was an honor to be an observer to this group. This group was really thoughtful when it came to all students. They were very thoughtful as far as creating neighborhood schools and busing. I think the biggest piece I took away was whenever they received feedback, they were very reflective and willing to weigh what was best for students. So it was a wonderful experience. So thank you. And thank you to all the committee members. I appreciate it, all their hard work.
These are the members of the middle school boundary committee who contributed on the project. Some of these members have also joined us for this evening's first reading. Jessica Stein and Scott Reeves are representing this committee for this presentation. Ms. Stein, is there anything you'd like to add from the middle school committee perspective?
Yes, I thank you for the opportunity to serve on this committee. It was really eye-opening to see the challenges that we face just within the parameters of how our district is laid out and how necessary these new schools are. So I feel that the committee that I served on took it all in, took the charge of the board very seriously and worked very hard to make everything make the most sense and in the best interest of the students that we serve. And I just really think that we did the best job that we possibly could to make it all work and again, make the most sense and in the best interest of the students and to meet the charge of the board.
Thank you. Mr. Reeves, any perspectives you'd like to share?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dorn. Like Mrs. Wallace said, I'd like to thank my counterparts. Jessica did an amazing job in helping give a parent perspective to the work that we were doing. She and I met several times in preparation for our meetings. Jennifer Knapp took great notes during this time to help us, especially when we had big gaps because of the absences due to COVID. We were always able to have good notes to go back and look at, and it was a great cross section in our committee, I think, of building leaders at the middle school level and parents that represented all sections of our district. They gave great insight, great input that I think helped to create the recommendation that the board is going to consider today.
Thank you, Scott. Mr. Velardo, any perspectives you'd like to share as the board member observer?
Thanks, Scott. Really, I would just echo Ms. Stein and Mr. Reeves. Just the tremendous amount of work that the team put in there, a lot of time. And it's a little bit, I would say, providential to be honored to be a part of this team when Mrs. Davidson and Dr. Nestor Baker and I first ran for the school board. One of the conversations we had a number of times was, we have to do better for students on the south end of the district. And it's taken a while, but we are trying to do that. This team really dug deeply into how do we balance that neighborhood school concept with also the equity that we are striving for across the district. And I just am so thankful for this whole group of community members and administration members who kept going back to the drawing board. How can we do a little better? How can we do a little better? So thank you, Scott, for allowing me to serve in this organization. Really honored. Thank you.
Prior to the project beginning, the superintendent established a plan development committee to support the realignment committees. In addition to providing requested data and responding to questions from the committees, the plan development committee was also charged with making sure each committee's recommendation met the board's policy and charge. I'd just like to take a moment and offer Dr. Kellogg this opportunity to share his perspectives of the work of all three committees.
Thanks, Mr. Dorn. I just echo everybody else's comments. Just fascinating to watch the process over this long year and the result. And to be honest with you, where I am now is the opportunity in front of us. Get the boundaries done, move towards naming schools, determining mascots, finding colors, finding staff, engaging the community around the development of those schools. That's where I'm at now, is to that next great phase. So thank you to our community for supporting the bond package in general. Thank you to these committee members for their thoughtful work to bring us what is just a fabulous solution for our boundaries, and really looking forward to this next phase. I think it gets more exciting as we move along.
Presented here are some highlights of Policy 7110 and the committee's charge that impacted their considerations for changing boundaries. We have proximity to schools, attending schools closer to home, including those within walking distance, and also considerations for students who live near several schools of possible attendance. Target capacities, accommodating our expected enrollment growth and addressing capacity issues at existing buildings. Building demographic data, the effect of boundary changes on each school's demographics, and then also limiting the impact of boundary changes by keeping as many neighborhoods and school relationships intact as possible. There were two phases of community engagement that helped shape the committee boundary recommendations. The first phase of community engagement used an online tool called Thought Exchange to collect feedback on one question. Participants also had the ability to rate their level of agreement with the feedback shared by others. Themes from the first round of community feedback will be presented on the next slide. The second phase was intended to be in-person gallery walks. However, with our current concerns with the pandemic, we created an electronic version of a gallery walk for our community to provide their feedback to the current work products of the committees back in November. Two significant themes emerged from the initial thought exchange for committee's consideration: neighborhoods and their proximity to school buildings, and travel time on school transportation. For the committee's considerations then, regarding neighborhoods and their proximity to schools, we must note that even with the addition of new buildings, there are more students living in the southern portion of the district than there is capacity in all of those schools. A clarifying example will be examined on the next slide. Committee members also had to consider that there would be schools in close proximity to one another that have large capacities, but not enough students living in the neighborhoods where these schools are located to fill them. A specific example of this concern is also demonstrated on the next slide. It's important to note that with regard to travel time for those who use our buses or other school transportation, a need to transport students from the southern end of the district to the northern portion of the district still exists, given the density of the population on the southern end we saw earlier in the heat map image. This slide examines the density of students versus building capacities and the clustering of buildings versus students in close proximity. The first example on the left is a look at our 5 middle school locations. You can see the schools in red throughout that image, and the middle school students that live closest to those middle schools. Each one of those blue dots represents a middle school student. The red lines running through the middle of the graphic are bisection lines between each middle school. These lines define the regions of students that are closest to a particular middle school. For example, the top region are the students who are closest to Genoa Middle School in this area right here. This will be Blendon, Heritage, Walnut Springs, and then the new middle school on the southern end of the district. If middle school students were assigned to attend the school closest to their home, then for this data set, we would have the following enrollments. Walnut Springs would only have 331 students, Heritage 393, Genoa 456, Blendon 560, and the new middle school would have 1,679 students. And this is a building with a capacity of 800 students. So again, just to help for understanding, at least 900 middle school students will still need to be transported to fill capacities at the other 4 middle schools north of the new middle school. In the second example, we examine a clustering of buildings using Mark Twain Elementary School as the center of an area of a 1.25 mile radius. So this is Mark Twain, and this is an area with a 1.25 mile radius. In the area contained within the red circle, there are 6 elementary school buildings with a capacity for 2,750 students. However, there are only 1,077 actual elementary students in that range. So as we see that there are, because of the proximity of our buildings, the closeness together in the middle of Westerville, we have different types of capacity issues. To begin their work, each committee received current attendance boundaries and 2 potential starting points. The middle school starting points were designed first, and they were designed based on filling the new school through either proximity with considerations for overall building demographics, or by proximity only. Once the 2 starting points for the new middle school were determined, the elementary school boundary options were then drawn to ensure vertical alignment. Existing elementary and middle school boundary lines were then adjusted to meet capacity targets and keep as many existing neighborhoods and school relationships intact as feasible. Committee members were given the option to use or disregard these starting points presented to them. Independently, they opted to use the starting points that had been created using both proximity and building demographic profiles. Each committee's work then entailed adjusting and improving the boundaries based upon the board policy and their charge. These are the 2 starting point options presented to the middle school committee. The color coding is an attempt to tie the colors from our current boundary maps to these working documents for the committee members. In these graphics, the pink represents what would be the new middle school. Note that Heritage is a light blue, and I apologize for that, but it is hard to see, but that's what it is on our existing maps. For this slide, I would like to note the similarities. I would like for you to take just a second to note the similarities and differences between the 2 starting point options. This option was referred to by the committee as essentially the State Route 161 corridor option, and this was considered the radial option around the new middle school. Starting point one provided a balance between proximity and building demographics for the new middle school, as well as the existing middle schools. Starting point option two relied more heavily on proximity. What is important to note, though, is that State Route 161 is a significant barrier to consider the northern part of this boundary not much closer in travel time than the parts of Little Turtle, which are included in option one. Middle school option one compared to our existing boundaries. The committee selected this option, which balances proximity and building demographics. So this image on the left is our existing map, and this is where the middle school folks started. Given that this is our first comparison of an existing map, the committees worked with, let me point out a couple of key notes about them. First, the maps the committees worked with do not include non-residential areas, which is why they look a little bit different. Second, let me point out that the two new buildings located on our neighborhood map would be right in here. Now, as we look over here on our existing map, which is, you can see Hawthorne Elementary, so these would be our two new schools. When you look immediately north of 161 across from there, we need to make sure that we understand that this is actually not part of Westerville City Schools. So within eyesight of the new middle school and Hawthorne Elementary School directly across 161, that's not actually Westerville City Schools. You don't notice that over here. When we noticed this error, we corrected this shape file. And so in future maps, you're gonna see this as a correction. I just wanted to point this out right now, but we're presenting the maps to you tonight as they were presented to the committee. So it wasn't until this point when we discovered that concern. Middle school option two compared to the existing boundaries. This was the option not selected with the committee's first decision. This is the building capacity and demographic data sheet shared with the committees at the beginning of this process related to these starting points. The data set when we began the realignment process was last school year's values. So we started this process in the 2019-2020 school year. So this was the data set they were working with. And please note that although the process extended well into this school year, we did not change the data set. Outside of just general confusion between two different data sets, this year's kindergarten, referring to it as redshirting, kindergarten redshirting and economically disadvantaged data availability would have skewed the data sets. So we stuck with the original data set. The committee stuck with the original data sets throughout the process. On the next few slides, we'll take a moment to compare the elementary school boundary maps to these starting points for the elementary school committees. These options were built referencing the middle school options. The starting points considered proximity and building demographics for the elementary schools. The newer developments were also considered as they had a higher impact on elementary schools than they did on middle schools. And the committee also selected option one, independent of the middle school committee. So both committees selected option one. This is elementary school option one compared to our existing boundaries. The committee selected this option, which balances proximity and building demographics in the selection of a starting point. Elementary school option two compared to the existing boundaries. This option was not selected with the committee's first decision. And these are the data sets that reflect the starting point option boundaries. Note the absence of magnet schools and Longfellow in these lists of schools. While these programs have some data that might be helpful, that might help understand enrollment for any individual given year, they are not helpful in predicting enrollment or building demographics as they are a lottery program. If I can draw your attention to a few of the columns, I would like to provide some additional context. This fourth column from the left is titled FY20. It's titled FY20 elementary school homeschool. This column actually represents the number of students who lived within the school district boundaries. So we're going to take a look at Hawthorne real quick. Within Hawthorne's boundaries for the 2019-2020 school year, there were actually 901 elementary students who lived within those attendance boundaries. In the third column, this is the number that the committee referenced more frequently. This is the actual number of students who attended Hawthorne during that year. So it's just over 130 students left Hawthorne for another elementary school, either to attend at Emerson Elementary, Hamby Elementary, or Longfellow for one of the lottery programs or the all-day kindergarten program, or were open enrolled or overflowed to another building. So this is the data of the actual enrollment of the building. This 901 represented what it could have been had everybody chose to go to Hawthorne that lived within the attendance boundaries. So that's one of the existing capacity conditions that we were concerned with going into this process. The column on the far right represents what the data would be for the existing work product map as you look throughout this process. So you'll want to compare fiscal year 20 to whatever this column is on the right as we look through at further maps. Provided here are the dates and sessions related to the committee's work. The kickoff meeting provided the committees with the data and gave them the opportunity to begin the selection of the starting points and investigate changes to them. After several meetings, the committee took draft maps to the community for the second round of feedback. After incorporating the community feedback into their recommendations, they provided the recommendations to the Plan Development Committee, and their final recommendations will be reviewed here this evening. So after we had some in-person meetings, then we had the gap based on the pandemic and the school closures and things like that. Once we got back started again in the fall, the committees came up with what they felt like was a work product that was worth going out to the community a second time for their feedback. So in November, we solicited feedback from the community. Originally, we had intended to have 4 gallery walk events using 4 different locations and various timeframes throughout the day to garner as much feedback as possible. Given the pandemic circumstances, we adjusted to a virtual gallery walk, and that lasted for 22 days. Community members were able to view a presentation from our website and provide their feedback on both the elementary school and middle school boundaries, current work products. The presentation was viewed hundreds of times, and there were 213 submissions of feedback by community members. This image was an overview of the Middle School Realignment Committee's work product that went out for feedback. The next screen will provide a larger graphic, followed by a screen with the matching building demographics. As you can see on this map, we corrected the area directly across from the new middle school to represent what it should be, not part of Westerville schools. Larger maps, just a little bit easier for the eyes to see. I know that this presentation is available for the community to take a look at after this meeting's over, so we wanted to provide some larger graphics. This table compared the middle school building demographic profiles for the 2019-2020 school year with what the building demographic profiles would look like had these boundaries been accepted when it went out for feedback. So this is the original enrollment for Blendon 2019-2020, and this went out for community feedback. So that's how you would read these columns. This image was an overview of the Elementary School Realignment Committee's work product for community feedback. The next screen again will provide larger graphics, followed by a screen highlighting the matching building demographic profiles. So just a little bit easier to see. Community members were also able to print this version of these maps when we were going through this process, and other support information to study before providing their feedback. This table compared the elementary school building demographic profiles for the 2019-20 school year to what the building demographic profiles would look like with the current boundary lines presented for feedback. As previously stated, the committees received 213 feedback submissions. Of those, 117 were for the elementary school boundaries. It's important to note that more than half of those 117 elementary school boundary feedbacks were related to the Mark Twain Elementary School, of which I will explain in a later slide. And there were 96 submissions related to the middle school boundaries. On the right side of the slide, there are themes that emerged from the feedback. At both levels, elementary and middle, the community asked the committees to go back to their current work product and reconsider building demographic diversity ratios and to reconsider proximities to schools. Based on the feedback from the committee, there were several recommended changes for the two committees to consider. They are highlighted over the next couple of slides and include supporting building capacities and demographic data updates. So as you look at this map was the map that went out to the community for feedback. Each one of these tags represents a recommendation for an elementary school change based on community feedback. All of the recommendations were approved by the committee with the exception of one of the with this highlighted tag right here. So if you can see that one, that was the only one of these tags that was not approved after the feedback came into the committee. This recommendation was made as a consideration of balanced demographics at Whittier Elementary School. However, the committee felt that this change created an alignment problem and a proximity problem for this neighborhood for the sake of demographics, and therefore decided not to change it from the new elementary school to Whittier Elementary School. I mentioned earlier the large volume of feedback related to Mark Twain Elementary School. I think it's important to call ourselves out for this. This small area right here, this is Charrington Elementary, and this is Spring Road. And in this small area was originally set for Mark Twain, and it was moved to Charrington just before the maps were sent out to the community for feedback. Immediately, based on community feedback, it was apparent that we made a miss in this area, as the northern end actually shows a property line with Mark Twain. So that was resolved in a change with the changes made here. Each one of these tags represents a recommendation for a middle school change based on community feedback. The map that is shown here is still the map that was presented for feedback, and all of the recommendations were approved by the committee. One other thing to note that this was discovered after the fact, if you can see this red circle right here, this is part of that area that we just discussed moved from Charrington to Mark Twain. When that change was made and that correction was made for the elementary school level, that street area right there was changed back to Point View, which was its original home school. But then it was the only street for students attending Point View Elementary School that were assigned to Walnut Springs Elementary School. So we shared this with the Middle School Realignment Committee, and that was redesignated then to Blended Middle School with the rest of Point View. On these next several screens, you will see the work products of the committees intended to be presented to the board tonight. This image is an overview of the Middle School Realignment Committee's work product. It includes the noted changes from the community feedback process. The next screen will provide a bit larger graphics for you to take a look at, and then followed by a screen highlighting the matching building demographic profiles. So these are our existing boundaries. This is what the committee's recommendation was to the board. So just a larger view of the same comparison, but it's a bit easier to see what changes and what remains the same from our existing maps. And this table compares the middle school building demographic profiles for the 2019-2020 school year, which is column 3, to what the building demographic profiles would look like with the current recommended boundary lines, which is column 5. So from this column to this column, this represents the committee work at this point. This image is an overview of the Elementary School Realignment Committee's work product. It also contains the updates after the incorporation of the community feedback. The next screen, again, a bit larger graphic, followed by the building demographic data. So we can see the changes from the existing map here to the recommendations from the committee and the associated demographic data. So 2019-20, this column actually represents what was proposed for feedback to the community, and then the final recommendations after the feedback was incorporated. After the committee submitted their recommendations, the two were compared to review the vertical alignment of the committee's recommended boundaries by the Plan Development Committee members to ensure that we were not isolating small groups of students transitioning from elementary schools to middle schools. While performing this task, we identified 4 areas of concern and recommended solutions for each of those concerns. These were then presented back to each committee for changes for acknowledgement and to garner their concerns if they had any with these changes. Although the concerns are listed here, they're easier to view and understand with the map shown on the following slides. So as you look at this middle school line in this area, these two neighborhoods on the middle school map were now assigned to Robert Frost. They were the only Robert Frost neighborhoods that were assigned to go to Walnut Springs Middle School. It's a very small number of students, and so this recommendation was to change that to Heritage Middle School along with the rest of Robert Frost. This is the only area of Hawthorne Elementary School that was assigned to Walnut Springs Middle School. Felt like it would be better for these students to assign them to the new middle school. And similarly over here, this one small neighborhood was the only area attending Point View Elementary School that was being sent to Heritage Middle School. So the recommendation was to change this neighborhood to Blended Middle School with the rest of Point View Elementary. After the minor alignment changes, these are the recommended middle school boundary lines presented to you this evening for your consideration. The next screen will provide, again, larger graphics, followed by a screen highlighting the demographic profiles. So these are the recommended boundaries for the board to consider. And this is the data table to go along with those boundaries, where we started in 1920 and the final recommendations for the board this evening. Both of those documents, I believe, are available on our district website for our community to download and review. With the minor vertical alignment adjustments for elementary schools, there was really only one area that we need to identify. This area right here, these two neighborhoods currently attend McVeigh Elementary School. They were reassigned to Alcott Elementary School to help balance building demographics across the district. After the middle school and the elementary school maps were compared, these ended up being the only two neighborhoods of Alcott that were assigned to Walnut Springs Middle School. So when the recommendation was made to change these back to McVeigh, and they were. So here are, this is an image is an overview of the Elementary School Realignment Committee's work product, and the next screen will provide larger graphics again, followed by the building demographics. If approved, these shape files on the right will be used to recreate our boundary maps as shown in the maps on the left. Again, available to be viewed on our website, downloaded and printed for further study, along with the building demographic profiles. And questions?
Questions for Mr. Dorn and the team?
This is very solid work. I really appreciate the work of the committees and the willingness to consider all the different perspectives. Realignment is always challenging, especially in a district like ours. And as I think about realignments that have occurred over time, we have moved ever closer to vertical alignment that's based on proximity insofar as we can, without sacrificing, again, insofar as we can, the need to balance demographics. It is a difficult challenge. And I think many times have said in the district that it would be nice if the schools were on wheels so we could move them around to where the population is at any given point in time. We can't do that, obviously. And so we have to work within the confines and the constructs that make up this particular district. I do really appreciate the work that was done. I think it was done very sensitively as well as very appropriately. You know, it would be lovely if we had even more schools in the South End. We have a really, really good way to impact the difficulties that our families in the South End have faced for many years, as more than was remotely acceptable had to travel long distances to get to school. as we look at the reshaping of our school district attendance boundaries, we have moved, as I said, more toward a vertical alignment that focuses extensively on proximity. And our community has told us repeatedly and loudly and appropriately that neighborhood schools matter a great deal to families, to children, to our community. And so we are working really hard to try to make those neighborhood schools work. It also works really well, the adjustments that you've made to ensure that children are not isolated because a small group of them will attend a different middle school than the rest of the building. That can be socially difficult for children. And I appreciate, again, the sensitivity to the children and their needs as they grow and progress in our district. What I'm saying, I suppose, in all of those words, is that across the decades, we have, for good reasons, had to move away from the approach that was put in place many, many years ago, long before I was on the board, to try and mix up the district, mix up attendances in ways that allowed students to know students across the district and across the buildings. It worked well. It really did. It made it easier for us as we grew to know and understand each other. But you reach a point where you have to really step back and look and see if the theory you were operating on at one point still holds true in current times. And we know that the vertical alignment that you see here is strongly indicative of success for our children and better meets families' needs. I am very much in favor of the committee's work and very much in favor of the way we are approaching school alignments in this particular environment.
I had just a couple of questions for Mr. Dorn. That's so, and actually one of these might be for Dr. Kellogg, but I'll start with Mr. Dorn. Mr. Dorn, can you just step back for a moment, and for people who are maybe just tuning in here, talk about why these two new buildings are so close to Hawthorne Elementary, because that's something that folks who are just stepping into this conversation might like to understand.
Certainly. Well, you know, the district, the new middle school is actually currently still part of Hawthorne's property. So we already own this property down on in the Minerva Park area. Property big enough to actually house a second school. When MI decided to develop the new home area there in Minerva Park, one of the things that they needed was access from their development back to State Route 161, which had to come through our property. So the leadership here prior to my return did an outstanding job of negotiating an exchange of property. So we gave just about 1 acre, which is as Farview Road, for almost 15 acres, which is the area of the property that we're building the new elementary school on. So it was not an additional expense for us to have this property for these two new buildings, and it allows us to use our resources more efficiently, but also what a great opportunity to put a couple of more buildings in this southern end of the district where we have a really large population of students without any schools in close proximity.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thanks for stepping back for a moment. Just wanted people to understand the larger picture, because it does look a little odd on the map when you see the three schools clustered together, but there are good reasons for that. And then, Mr. Dorn, I was wondering if you could also, I really, well, let me pause for a second and say, I really want to thank everyone. I was many years ago part of a realignment committee, and this is really hard work and lots of balancing different needs and tensions. So I really want to thank everybody for that, and thank you for the process that was set up around this. It feels like it was really well done and thoughtful, especially in the middle of a pandemic. So thank you to everyone for their work on this. And I'm just wondering, could you tell us whether there are any, what the next steps are in this process, right? So like as board members, this is the first time this is being shared with us, but so that everyone can understand what steps will get us to these boundaries being set as the boundaries. And is there space for additional feedback? We've had lots of rounds of that. So I just want the public to be aware of where we are in the overall process.
So I would say that we're getting near the end of the overall process. We have had a couple of rounds of community feedback, but I believe that the rationale for having 2 board readings is to always give everybody another opportunity to provide feedback, which is I'm sure what we might see in some of the comments tonight from this meeting. We welcome comments like that, and if we didn't have that second round of feedback back in November, we would have really made a mistake with the Mark Twain scenario. So feedback is always really important for us to validate what we're doing. So if we have feedback from tonight, it's something that the board wishes the committee to go back and consider, we can certainly send it back to them. But the next step in this process would be to bring this back to the March 8th board meeting for adoption, in which case we'll take these GIF files that we used, that our committees used, and send them off to our map vendor and have our maps redrawn in the way that they currently exist, because the maps that you're looking at right now, remember, just represent the residential areas. We'll need to extend those out to include the non-residential areas, just so we can show continuity across the entire district.
Yeah, thank you for showing everybody the path on that. And then this may be more of a question for Dr. Kellogg, but as we look forward, you mentioned your excitement about the next phase. So as people see these maps and they'll come back to us, we'll look at this again at the next board meeting. Obviously, there'll be a lot of work around the new buildings and sort of welcoming families into those buildings and getting people connected. Is there anything you can say about what might happen for the kids who will be switching buildings? Because they're also making a change. So just wondering what your thoughts are about that.
No, I think that's a credible thinking point as we move forward, as we have that transition year, which is still another school year down the line. Like any year, you have, for example, your kindergartners who are new to the building, your 5th graders will leave, new students who move in. The whole approach to welcoming new students to schools overall, new students enrolled over the summer, transitions from grade levels, and then in this case, welcoming those students who have switched elementary schools or middle schools from one year to the next. That same kind of building opportunity to celebrate them and embrace them into that school culture and make them feel that they're at home, but part of that planning. So it's more than just the new schools and those students who will be leaving buildings they've been to or transitioning to a new building. So it's really across the district approach to the changeover that happens, and we have plenty of time to build that in.
Great, thank you. I just don't want to forget the kids who are moving between existing buildings. And then finally, I promise my last question, Mr. Dorn, this is a you question again. So in our district, the conversation around the length of time that some students have spent on buses, that was part of the driver for one of the pieces in wanting new schools, additional capacity on the southern end of the district. So I'm just wondering, because that's also part of your area, if you could say anything about transportation and whether you feel like the boundaries as proposed really do help to address that bus time for a preponderance of kids. And just, I'm not looking for numbers here, just sort of your sense of the effect that that's having on travel time.
I think it'll serve travel on buses in 2 different ways. One, it should make us more efficient because we'll have more defined communities on the southern end going to schools in the southern end. So it'll become more efficient that way. What it does do is, though, it reduces the number of students that are traveling very north from the southern end of the district. So, my neighborhood, the neighborhood that I live in is the south easternmost neighborhood of Westerville schools. There's not going to be any change for kids in my neighborhood traveling to the schools that they're going to attend. But there are other children where it's going to change tremendously. So we will reduce travel time for some students. Other students unlikely to change because the distance from their home to the school hasn't changed.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Dorn, as you know, Dr. Nestor Baker and I are a part of the district equity team for this year, and that'll be a rotating position for the board. This was presented to that team, the district equity team. And as you know, there was a question posed there that I think was a good, legitimate, important question to have on top of the table. And I thought you addressed it well, so I thought, let me ask that question. And people may be wondering. Historically, unfortunately, when school districts have tried to achieve a demographic racial balance, the people that were most often moved, bused, were persons of color. And so the question at the district equity team was, as you recall, was there any consideration given to not having folks in the south end bust, but to achieve this kind of balance, but folks in the more middle northern end bust to achieve that kind of balance? So you understand that question, and I thought the group, that was a healthy question to ask based on the unfortunate historical nature of what we have done in school districts. So that was the question. Hey, did you ever think about don't bus them north, bus them south? What was your response, reaction, thoughts regarding that? Thought it'd be good just to put it on the table because we have a desire for equity and balance. What's your thought?
Well, I think it's definitely a fair question. I think the question that was actually asked was it discussed in the committees? And while I tried to answer for both committees, I obviously wasn't able to listen to both committees simultaneously. And so we had committee members who also weighed in on that conversation. We're building a couple of new beautiful schools, very nice schools in the middle of Minerva Park. And the committee's charge from the board and the committee's work focused around both how do we fill that school, balancing building demographics district-wide, and also respecting proximity in neighborhood schools. And so it was, in my opinion, the committee's membership really focused on what was best for groups of kids and their neighborhoods and where they were coming from and where they would be going. So, there are other tangents to that conversation which maybe are very relevant, maybe aren't relevant. It just depends on your individual perspective. But if you were going to bus students from the north end south into that building, then you would be busing more students from the south end north to fill the vacancies where they were coming from and driving by a couple of brand new beautiful buildings. So I think the committee spent a lot of time weighing on that. I think the building demographics overall from district-wide have been improved throughout this process. And so, I think the committee's work is very good in this area. But, I don't think I can answer the question for the committees. And, if Mr. Reeves or Ms. Wallace would like to weigh in on that, it'd probably be more appropriate for them to answer the question because it was the committee work.
I'll be glad to let them jump in, but I can tell you from the middle school, that's the one I observed, we did address that question and talked about the perception of building two really nice schools and then taking the students that are there who have been underserved for so long, building wise, and saying, okay, now we're going to move you away from where you live and away from the new buildings and put other people into those nice new buildings in your neighborhood. So I just thought it was important for us to lay it on the table, that that's an important piece of what the committee looked at. And you're right, it's an important truth for us to look at in the educational world. But it would not make sense, at least we felt, to actually bus more students out of the southern end to bring in students from the north end to the nice new buildings. So you answered it well, and actually you're correct, Scott. The question was that addressed? I can tell you from the middle school perspective it was. So thanks. I just wanted to put that out there, serving on the district equity side of it. Thanks, Scott.
Okay, any other questions or feedback? I would just add my comments to thank you, Scott, for how you have led and guided this process in such an excellent manner, and want to thank all of those who participated in the process that were a part of both of these teams. I too have served in the past as a part of a realignment committee, so I know how difficult that work is to balance all of the necessary considerations to balance proximity and equity across the district. It's a very tall task, and so we certainly want to thank you for all of the work and all of the time that you have invested in this part of the future of the Westerville City School District, in service to our students and to our families and staff. So thank you very, very much. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Dorn. And with that, we will move on to the next item on our agenda. Agenda item 7.03, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Kellogg, would you like to share with us?
Sure. Thank you, President Bell and members of the board. Just a quick update in terms of our progress in implementing the Together Again plan that we looked at 2 weeks ago. I want to say thank you to all of the folks who have provided email questions, want greater clarification. That's come from community members, teachers, even students. I had a conversation with a student today on the phone. We had a great conversation talking about some of her questions for us. So I appreciate that. That helps us continue moving forward and gives us more information about what we need to continue communicating. And I want to share with folks that as we get closer to the end of this week, Mr. Vibrance and I have been working on some additional communication for staff and families that'll cover some more detail around the basis for our decisions, as well as clarify some expectations that we'll see as we move forward. So just want to make sure that that's clear. A couple of things in terms of the cafeterias. I know that's a spot that a lot of people are asking about where we're at with it. We are continuing to work to maximize physical distancing. I'm using that term now to the greatest extent possible, with at least a minimum of 3 feet. I know we have met with all our principals. They've provided Mr. Dorn and I some information. We're reviewing those building level information to see all of that we can do to maximize that physical distancing in our cafeterias. And that includes partitions. I think Mr. Dorn told me today that I think the number is 4,700 partitions that are set to be delivered, the window-based ones that we can use in our cafeterias to add another physical barrier while the students are eating. So we're continuing to look at our cafes, and in some cases it looks like additional spaces we might use, some gymnasiums, et cetera, to help spread the kids out as much as possible at lunch. Classrooms, a lot of work going on in classrooms. I've walked around a couple of buildings last week and this week, people starting to move furniture. We're, again, working to a minimum of 3 feet and more wherever possible. So we are identifying furniture, file cabinets, et cetera, that need to be moved. Desks are being moved, measurements are being made to get our classrooms ready. And I know in some cases that's going to be more of a challenge than in others, but we're working real hard to get that piece done. Just a reminder that in those classroom cases and in transportation and elsewhere, those masks are an important piece. And Greg Vibrance and his team has already put out communication about masks to clarify in alignment with some of the CDC recommendations. So continue to work in the classrooms. Transportation, we've been looking at routes. There are certainly routes that we have that, based on what we know from previous ridership, that data, there will be routes that have more than 2 kids to a seat. That can vary day to day and even week to week. So we can look at past ridership for patterns from a year ago, but those very same patterns may change as we open up our routes to students this year. So as we get into that first week of routing, we'll take a look at those routes and look at where we're seeing the highest ridership and where we're seeing routes that have 3 or more to a seat, that may have more than 2 people to a seat. The transportation department has already identified for me routes that they think are have some likelihood of being more than 2 riders to seat. We want to continue looking at that, share that with the board, and share that with our community as we move forward. But I think the important thing is to get the buses running and see what the actual ridership looks like as we get into the school year. And that can change as weather improves too. Ventilation systems is another piece people ask about. Well, we'll share that all of our buildings meet current recommended standards for schools. And we have all year long increased the amount of intake of outside airflow into the buildings to create more fresh airflow. That, of course, bringing more fresh air in when it's cold out. You got to be careful how much of that you do because it makes it colder. As we get into warmer weather, we can continue to increase the amount of fresh air flowing in. We also know that some of our classrooms have functioning windows we can use as well. And lastly, starting tomorrow morning, we'll be meeting with our WEA building faculty representatives who are going to bring us questions. They've actually compiled them. I've got them here that are coming in from staff for us to look at and respond to, so we can, one, respond to general questions and also look at particular hotspots that a teacher or staff member may have identified that we need to work on with that building principal as we move forward. So we want to kick over all the rocks we can moving forward. So those questions will be important pieces. I just want to remind people, there is evidence from other school districts that we've looked at that bringing all students back can work. Schools are low places of transmission. They're not high places of transmission. If we wear those masks correctly, keep sanitizing, keep contact tracing, keep physical distancing to the greatest extent possible, continue to monitor our data, we can open up full and with all students in and do that in an effective way moving forward. So we continue to implement, find those spots that we need to work, and over the next 2 weeks, we'll be ready for March 8th. So that's an update at this point. Happy to answer any questions for the board.
I do have a couple questions. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kellogg, for the report. Regarding transportation, I know that early in the year we had an opportunity for families to let the district know that they were sort of probably not going to use transportation, right, to sort of opt out. Are we doing that again?
We haven't sent out an opt-out form moving forward. The difficulty with that is family circumstances change and it can't be reliable. Mm-hmm. And I hate for asking someone to make a commitment that may not hold true. I prefer to see what our ridership actually is during that first week and just continue to monitor week to week to week to week. We will absolutely share, as we're doing now. We'll continue to share as we put our communication plan to go out this week. Share with folks that there are routes that may have more than 2 students to a seat. Identify where those potentially may exist, so people may consider that in their planning. But I will tell you, as I go back to, other districts that are doing this. Buses have not been a problem. Kids wearing their masks on the bus, we keep the seat behind the driver open so that the driver isn't in close contact and have to be quarantined. And you know what happens when we lose our bus drivers. That's a difficult one for us. So I think our preference is to see what comes. Our families know the circumstances. We'll be clear where we see potential for more than two riders to a seat, so people can make those choices. But I will say, it is working elsewhere. We can make it work here.
Thank you. I know I've gotten a couple of questions from people who wondered if that would be helpful. You know, that maybe they didn't opt out before, but if they could let you know they don't need transportation, if that would be helpful. So I guess we've said it before, but if anyone is in a position to transport their child, that helps everyone, right?
That's always helpful. Creates more seats on the bus. Let's hope for a warm March, April, May, and nice weather.
Yeah. And then could you address how staff vaccination is going? Because of course we're remote this week, right? For that reason.
Starting tomorrow is shot number 2, and we're excited to make that happen and get through the end of the week. We'll start getting an idea of how staff are impacted as we see how the week goes on. Just my thanks to the community. I know it is difficult to manage when we go remote. Just felt like we'd rather have it planned than happen because of circumstances. So thank you to our staff who made the commitment to go get their vaccine. We're looking forward to getting this done this week as part of our addressing COVID.
I think it's good news for everyone to hear that that's proceeding as expected. No glitches in that so far.
As of 6 o'clock tonight, 6 o'clock tonight, I didn't see any emails that said there's a hiccup, so we're ready to go.
That's good news. And then you've addressed the communication to families from buildings, you know, where they'll get some information on how things are looking and working in their building. Can you just flesh out for everybody a little bit the timeline, the kinds of things they might expect to see? Because there's a lot of concern about understanding the particulars of your students' building.
Short, Ken and Greg Vibrance, if you're on and want to pipe in, feel free. But generally, we've listed out a series of kind of the kinds of questions we're hearing that families want to see. So, what's your cafeteria plan? What are we seeing in classrooms? Are there changes to how we're dismissing? Are there changes to when they arrive? All of those pieces that are part of the puzzle. So we've put a framework together so our building principals can start to organize that and build that out. I would like to see that go out at least a week prior to our opening. That's a lot of pressure of our principals who are working on some of this, so we'll continue working with them on that as we go into this week. The cafeteria pieces, they've provided us information. We've looked at it. We're going to have a little bit more conversation and hope to finalize that in the next couple of days. They're already working on their classroom pieces, and I know our team, Mr. Dorn and his team in particular, have been out buildings looking at specific spots, making recommendations, and helping solve problems. So we'll continue getting that done and work with our building principals, and like to have that communication out that week. Well, it's really next week, the week of the 1st, somewhere in that week before we open up. But I think understanding what the expectations are in terms of buses, physical distancing in classrooms, and then the next big one is cafeterias, and we're getting that one planned out.
And I know I heard you say this, but I just want to reiterate that you said 3 feet minimum, but as far apart as we can get everyone. So that feels like just an important process piece. So the directive, I just want to make sure I understand, the directive to building principals was not go space desks 3 feet apart, right? It was get them as far apart as you can. Is that correct?
Correct. You know, for example, I'm looking at a podium. If you got a podium in your room, it's time to let it go. I mean, I think there are things that we can look around our spaces and say, I like having this, but for the next couple of weeks, in order to add more space, we want to be as spread out as possible. So I encourage our folks to be particular in terms of what they leave and what they move out, so we can create as much space as possible. That's the best thing we can do for physical that physical distancing, to maximize that as a strategy.
Thank you for that. I just want to say a quick thanks to all the people on the ground in the buildings that are figuring this out and moving things, and, you know, teachers who are giving feedback about like concerns in their bill, in their particular room. It's just a whole bunch of people trying to do this work, and I'm just really grateful for that. Yeah, thank you.
So I want to piggyback on Jen's transportation question. So we touched briefly on busing and leaving the seat behind the driver vacant. And I've had several people ask me why are we doing that? Why can't you put plexiglass up? So I did talk to Scott Dorn. Scott Dorn said we cannot make changes to buses. Like, we are not able to do that. So I think that's important for the community to hear, that we're not able to put up barriers for kids, because I know that is one place of concern. I also know that I asked several questions at the last meeting specifically about neighborhoods that we were impacting. I would like to know those, because I think it's important for our community to know who we are impacting and where we're at. If you have those, if you would share those, I would appreciate that.
I have those, got those today from transportation. I just want to confirm with them. Again, there's kind of two layers to this.
Sure.
There's those that we know based on previous ridership.
Yep.
I think, Mr. Doran, correct me if I'm wrong, at our high schools, remind me again, what are the numbers on assigned buses and then actual ridership we tend to see?
Right, actual ridership is really important. So when it comes to high schools, we may assign 150 kids to a bus knowing that only 25 or 30 will actually ride it. So we can't use assignment as a predictor of the behavior. So it becomes a little bit easier at the earlier grade levels, because they're not driving themselves to school, obviously. But really, and I think the response to Mrs. Davidson's question actually goes back to Ms. Altman's question as well. We really don't know what parents are going to do. So we have the propensity to have some buses with more than 2 kids to a seat. We also have, it might not be that way based on parent decision, based on, when we're bringing all the kids back. I don't necessarily think we need to ask them to opt out at this point, because we're not going to be able to change routes holistically, but it just would mean that there would be fewer kids on the buses. So it was a great point. If they could transport their own child and prefer to do that, that would be fantastic. But are some parents going to make that decision at this point to transport their own child instead of having a bit more students on the bus? Or do we have some parents who think, okay, we're moving all in, maybe it's time I just put my kid on the bus instead of driving them? We really need to see what ridership looks like before we can accurately provide data back to the community. So we have some predictive data. We use 2 different models. We use the 2019-2020 data with pulling out what we perceive to be the virtual academy percentages. And then we use the Shears cohort model with our official counts and doubled it. Both of those are just predictive. We actually need to see how our community responds to getting on the bus on March 8th to know where we are and what we need to do next.
So I do have the initial list from transportation. Just want to confirm that. I will share that with the board, and that will be specifically pointed out in communication with families so they know which neighborhoods may be impacted.
So I'm sorry, John, do you have that information tonight? Like, do we know what areas the kids will be impacted? Or?
I have an initial list from transportation, and I'd like to just sit down with them and make sure we're on the same page in terms of what I asked for and what I got. But yeah, and I would say to you, I know that there's been concerns related to specific neighborhoods. My first blush at this is kind of all over the district. It's not necessarily located in just one particular part of the district, whether it's the south end, north end. It's kind of a couple of different spots. So there's, but again, I think I want the community to know we're looking at it.
Okay.
I want the community to know there are going to be cases where there may be more than 2 kids to a bus, and I want the community, and we will share where that comes from, so that if they feel they want to make a decision for themselves different on transportation, they'll know what it is. But I would like to be firm on this before I put it out publicly.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I think that as we put it out publicly, it does give parents to make a decision, or work on alternate transportation. So I see that. So as far as classrooms, and Jen touched on it also before about showing what families, well, not families, but kids are going to walk into, and that anxiety. Could you show us at the next board meeting a couple of, well, not even a couple, but maybe some pictures, what classrooms will look like, what kids are going to be in, because we can't go into buildings right now. We have no idea what it's going to look like. I would like to see what it's going to look like. So
we can certainly do that. I think last email I saw from Scott Thorne, there's about 1,000 classrooms, and I know that's not what you want to see, but there's a lot of variation. So we will provide some pictures for the board to see, and I'd encourage our principals as they're developing their communication to their families to do similar, to share with that.
And to our principals and staff out there, I am so grateful and thankful for all that you are doing. I cannot even imagine the stress and the pressure. So thank you for what you're doing every day.
And I'm sorry, any other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just a couple, John. Before I ask a question, I also want to thank the teachers and the principals and all the staff members who have been working so hard on making this plan come to fruition. But more than that, to our teachers who had to face what was for many a very difficult reality of the extended weeks of remote learning that we're going through right now. I know that it was really tough on some teachers to change some of the plans they have, and I thank them for all of the very, very difficult work and very hard work they've gone to make it work for their classrooms and for their kids. Very, very much appreciated. But John, I was wondering if you could tell me, have you had any further communication from our county health departments in light of the CDC's guidelines that came out last week? There's a lot floating around out there about the CDC guidelines and what those do and do not mean for us, and what the county health departments may or may not have said. I'm just wondering if you could touch a little bit on where our health departments are, where the thinking is as regards the CDC guidelines.
I don't want anybody to interpret that I'm speaking for them. In the last conversation through Central Ohio Superintendents Association that we had with them, what was stated to superintendents in the conversation was that the county health departments feel that their current recommendations align with the recently updated CDC recommendations.
I think that's very important. I know that some people are very worried based on what the CDC said, and as we parse that out and look at how that meshes with what's going on in the state of Ohio and what's going on particularly in our counties, I know that we will have some further discussions and some further questions to answer about that as we move to implement our plan. And the other thing I wanted to know is, you mentioned the WEA FACREP meeting that's coming up, and that's another issue that has been out there, and I appreciate that. I wondered if you could review for us a little bit the engagement of our unions, not just our teachers union, the engagement of our unions overall as we have developed where we're going, and the engagement going forward between our administration and our unions around answering those questions.
Sure, we have a long-standing positive two-way communication relationship with all of our union leaders. We meet with them on a regular basis. We've been able, throughout the years pre-pandemic, to work through shared problems and find solutions that were satisfactory for all parties, and that continues to be the trend. I encourage their leaders to continue that conversation, bring it forward. Obviously the folks most impacted by what's about to happen is our classroom teachers, and their concerns, their questions are valid, and we're going to continue to address those as we move forward. So I feel confident that those folks in leadership positions and the folks that they represent feel comfortable bringing concerns to us, and I feel confident saying that we continue to reach out to them as we make these plans and talk it through with them as we implement.
I appreciate that a lot. And Tracy, to piggyback on what you were saying, the relationships in the buildings, the principals working with the teachers and so forth. Again, thank you for all of that work that's going forward. And much of the implementation of the plan really does happen at the building level and at the departmental level. And I know we all are thankful for the work that's going forward. And I too am looking forward to seeing how it actually plays when the doors open. But I believe we can do this, and we can do this well. And we have good people working on it, and we're going to make it happen as best we can within the confines that we must work within.
So look for additional communication coming out from the district later this week. Any other questions?
Really just some echoing of the gratitude that's been expressed to you and your team and to the frontline folks. Dr. Nestor Baker, was it Kevin Hoffman that used to say the magic happens in the classroom? Wasn't it Kevin that talked about that?
Yeah, he did used to say that.
I think that was a phrase from him, and I know you have said it as well. And I just have come to believe that that's more and more true. I think I want to thank the teachers and the community members that have reached out to me. I know all of us, and some to me expressing concern, excitement, fear, trepidation, joy, and just about everything else in that nutshell. I think the one thing I would say is everybody seated up here is sending somebody very precious to them back into the schools. Parent or grandparent. Even our esteemed CEO, CFO treasurer. And so we get that there's legitimate concern there. And I'm very thankful to those teachers that I know and the teachers that I don't know, and staff, and sometimes that frontline secretary who's just doing the best they can. Thank you, Dr. Kellogg and your team for meeting with those folks this upcoming week. I know they have concerns, and as you just said, they are real concerns. And to you, principals and staff, God love you. Sorry to bring the faith thing into it, but God love you. It's a hard road, and we're really appreciative.
Just one question, Dr. Kellogg. As we move forward with the plan implementation, just want to reiterate for the community and students, families, staff, that you and the staff are continuing to monitor the situation with the virus and its community spread, and are prepared to make adjustments to our plan as necessary as we move forward with implementation. Correct?
That's correct. It's the first thing pretty much every day is pull up the data, see where we're at. And for several weeks now, it's continued to get increasingly more promising and headed in the right direction. So to those watching, what we're doing outside of school is more impactful to that community spread really than anything we are or not doing in the school. That's where we need to continue. And I know people are tired. I know it's frustrating, but that is the key. That is the key.
Okay, and that's a reminder because we have spring break that is coming up, and so we want to remind families as they are making preparations for spring break to remember the 3 W's: wear a mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. What you do will impact how school takes place here in the district. So thank you. Any other questions before we move on? Okay, thank you, Dr. Kellogg, for your report. Next item on the agenda, item 8.01, public comments. The public comment portal is open, has been open since 5 p.m. and will remain open until the end of this meeting, and comments will be posted on our public comment section by the end of tomorrow, by the end of Tuesday. Agenda item 9, our financials. Agenda item 9.01, a resolution to approve the purchases in accordance with ORC 5705.41D1 and Board Policy 6320. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And Ms. Marshall, would you like to talk to us about this, please?
Yes, thank you, President Bell, members of the board. So we have a then and now purchase orders. What these are, this is a case where we had a purchase order date dated after the invoice date. This was to vendor West Music, and it was from a grant that Point View Elementary received as part of Safe Music Making in 2020. The reason there is a then and now purchase order is because just the timing of the grant funds received, and so that's why it's the purchase order date is later.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussion?
No, except I saw a photo of this. I think it just looked so fun, right? This is the one where got the exercise balls on top of it. I don't know if it's the same program. There's a great music program going on in the district where, yeah, kids are doing music and getting movement in a safe way. So anyhow, looks like a great program.
I will just say, when I was in elementary school and I was banging on things, I usually got in trouble. I was ahead of my time.
Boy, that was a long time ago.
Thank you, President Bill.
Did they have things back then? Like, I mean, they had a desk. Was that what you were talking about? I don't know. Maybe it was the book.
You can't give me a shot that easy. Okay. With that, Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Nestor Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Altman,
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson,
Yes.
Mr. Velardo,
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 9.02, amend resolution accepting amounts and rates for tax year 2020, collection year 2021, as determined by the Budget Commission, and authorizing the necessary tax levies and certifying them to the county auditor. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And Ms. Marshall, would you talk to us about this, please?
Yes, thank you, President Bell, members of the board. So the resolution amending the amounts and rates. So the board approved a resolution back in March, I think, of 2020, probably. I assume that happened even with COVID, to approve the amounts and rates for tax year 20, but we've since gone through a reappraisal, triennial update through the 3-year process that the county auditor does. Also with new construction and things like that, values change. So we do that again in February in this case. We'll also have the amounts and rates at the next board meeting to set for tax year 21, collection year 22. So this is amending tax year 20 for collection year 21, which is the current collection year that we're in.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Davidson,
Yes.
Mrs. Altman,
Yes.
Mr. Velardo,
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 9.03, approve the financial report and investments for January 2021. Again, Ms. Marshall, would you? Oh, yeah, motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you. Now, Ms. Marshall, would you please share with us about this one?
Of course. Thank you, President Bell, members of the board. So this is the January 31, 2021 month-end financial statements. So for the general fund, we had year-to-date receipts of $119.1 million, year-to-date expenditures of $110.2 million, and we ended with an unencumbered general fund balance of $131.4 million. For all funds, we had year-to-date receipts of $158.5 million, year-to-date expenditures of $171 million, and we ended with an unencumbered fund balance for all funds at $245.2 million. Any questions?
Okay, hearing none. Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Davidson,
Yes.
Dr. Nestor Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Altman,
Yes.
Mr. Velardo,
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 10, the personnel consent agenda that is comprised of agenda items 10.01 through 10.09. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Mazzy, would you like to share with us?
Well, thank you, President Bell, members of the board, Dr. Kellogg, and Ms. Marshall. Good evening. I would like to present to you for your consideration this evening the personnel consent agenda. Many of the items contained within, for the most part, are through the normal course of daily business. However, I would like to highlight a few that deserve to be brought to the attention. You probably noticed we have 3 retirements to celebrate. We have Susan Cooper, who was with the district for 19 years. We have Laura Martin with the district for 33 years, and Susan Schaffner, who was with the district for 26 years. Please join me in thanking them for their years of service to the students, staff, and community of the Westerville City Schools. The other item I think of note is Tammy Santa. You will see on the agenda that she is moving from a coordinator to a director as part of increased responsibilities. And also, if you'll recall, this will be part of the district's restructuring and reorganization plan as we move forward to being a more efficient and effective organization to better meet the needs of our students, staff, and our community. We'll have some other items that will be in future agendas, but this is one I think of note. And then you'll also see some one-time payments, again, several PD opportunities for our staff to have a positive impact on our students and our learning community. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have at this time. Appreciate it.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mazzy. Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Nestor Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson,
Yes.
Mrs. Altman,
Yes.
Mr. Velardo,
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 11, old business. There is none. Moving on to agenda item 12, new business. Agenda item 12.01, a first reading of the 2022-2023 academic calendar. Mr. V. Brandt is going to share with us about this.
Good evening, President Bell, Vice President Dr. Nestor Baker, Board of Education members Dr. Kellogg and Mrs. Marshall. Before you this evening for a first reading is the 2022-2023 academic calendar as proposed by the district's calendar committee. The Board of Education annually approves calendars for future school years, and the recommended calendar is prepared annually, as I mentioned, by the district's calendar committee. It's then taken to the district's executive leadership team for review before being brought to the board for consideration. And the final authority to set the school year calendar is legally and exclusively that of the board. Representatives from each employee association and other areas of operation, as well as a representative from the parent council, comprise the group of individuals that are invited to participate on the calendar committee each year. Our typical practice has been to have academic calendars approved 2 school years in advance, and so the approval of this proposed calendar would keep us on that cycle. The calendar also continues the practice of not starting the school year with a full 5-day week for students. It exceeds the minimum number of instructional hours required by the state, and it includes time to address calamity days or other unforeseen events that could impact the days that school is in session. As with past calendars, the first semester ends prior to winter break, and the school year ends the week prior to Memorial Day holiday. Spring break is scheduled for the last week of March. Classes would be scheduled to resume on April 3rd. And finally, this proposed calendar incorporates professional development days on August 8th and November 8th, and 4 early release days also available and provided for professional development on September 22nd, November 17th, January 26th, and March 16th. The second reading of the calendar, tonight's just the first reading, would occur on April 12th at the board meeting that evening in order to meet the state's required 30-day window for public consideration of a proposed calendar. And with that, we would recommend approval, and I take any questions at this time.
Any questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. Thanks, Greg. Moving on now to agenda item 12.02, also a first reading for approving elementary and middle school attendance boundaries. Mr. Dorn?
Yes, President Bell, this is just the formal place in the agenda to go along with the report from earlier. There's nothing new to add here.
Okay. Any, before we move on, any questions? Okay. Hearing none, we will move on. Thank you, Mr. Dorn, to agenda item 13, recommended action, standing business. Agenda item 13.01, donations. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
We certainly want to thank all of the individuals and organizations for their kind and generous contributions to the staff and students of the Westerville City School District. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Davidson,
Yes.
Mrs. Altman,
Yes.
Mr. Velardo,
Yes.
Dr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
And yes. Moving on, next item on the agenda, agenda item 13.02, resolution urging the Ohio General Assembly to waive all state mandated standardized testing requirements for the 2020-2021 school year. Request a waiver from state mandated testing from the U.S. Department of Education and declare the Westerville City School Board's support for House Bills 67 and 40, which would fulfill both requests, and declaring an emergency.
So moved.
Second. Absolutely.
Motion and a second. Thank you. why don't I, at this point, before we move further in discussion, I'll read down through the resolution so that those who are watching that have not had an opportunity to review it will know what the board is considering. And the resolution reads, a resolution urging the Ohio General Assembly to waive all state mandated standardized testing requirements for the 2020-2021 school year, request a waiver from the state mandated testing from the U.S. Department of Education, and declare the Westerville City School Board's support for House Bill 67 and 40, which would fulfill both requests, and declaring an emergency. Whereas it is the statutory duty of the Westerville City School District to deliver the educational programs and services to the school children of the Westerville City School District. And whereas the members of the board are elected by the Westerville City School community to ensure that students are healthy, safe, engaged, supported, and challenged. And whereas the elected Board of Education is responsible to the community, including taxpayers, parents, and other patrons, as well as the state. And whereas the state of Ohio requires annual statewide standardized testing in accordance with federal mandates. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has created instructional challenges and forced educators to quickly adapt to new practices during the 2020-2021 school year. And whereas the administration of standardized tests may create additional unnecessary health risks to students and district staff. And whereas the state of Ohio waived standardized testing last spring when learning was disrupted for less than half of the academic year. And whereas the Westerville City School District and its educators already perform formative testing on every district student, tests that during a pandemic are far more helpful and accurate in addressing student need. And whereas the results of the statewide mandated standardized testing won't be known until after the school year is ended and will be of no help to district students or the district's need to potentially address any disrupted learning opportunities district students may face. And whereas the education professionals in the Westerville City School District are best able to assess those COVID-19 related needs better than an out-of-state standardized test developer. And whereas the Westerville City School District and its educators are committed to ensuring every district student is able to succeed. And whereas the worst introduction to in-person instruction this board can imagine would be a battery of biased, standardized tests given to students that will be useless in determining what those students need to learn academically. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Westerville City School District Board of Education that the Board of Education urges the state of Ohio not to require the spring 2021 statewide standardized assessments to be given, and the Ohio Department of Education to apply to the U.S. Department of Education for a waiver from standardized testing requirements. The board fully supports House Bills 67 and 40, which would do exactly those two things. Okay. Any discussion? Who wants to go first?
Okay. A couple things, John. Got a couple questions for you. It is accurate, isn't it, that testing must occur in person? Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
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 We have a large number of students in the WVA who specifically chose not to be in person.
That
If
is
the state
correct.
requires these tests, that will require those students to show up and take the tests in person, exactly what the families chose not to do. Correct?
They certainly would be invited to come participate in the testing.
Yes, that's highly problematic to me. You know, it's been said by people who say it's just fine to administer these tests, that we just need to see where the kids are. If that were the case, what we should be saying is exactly what this resolution says. Let our teachers do their good work in identifying where our kids are and finding out where the gaps are. We know better in our own particular school districts what the impact of the pandemic has been on our own students' learning. It doesn't come from state mandated or federally mandated tests. That doesn't tell us anything about the struggles our own children have had during this particular time that we are operating within. To suggest that it gives us an idea of where our students actually is a slap in the face to educators. Educators know how to do this. Formative assessments are what we need. Saying that this is the only way to identify where students are at this point in time is specious at best. Also, it's said that, perhaps if the tests are implemented, do away with any punitive measures. I think that's a bit disingenuous. If the tests exist, if the tests are administered, the results are there to be used for whatever political purposes may be desired to use them for. That troubles me immensely. So if we're going to find out where our students are, let our teachers do it. And let our teachers identify how best to move our children forward and help them deal with the realities of education in a pandemic. To bring our children into buildings and shove these tests down their throats is a grave disservice when we are talking about one of the major reasons that we need our children in school, not just here in Westerville, but across this country as that discussion goes forward. One of the major reasons is for their social and emotional health. Bringing them in and subjecting them to tests that really have no bearing on where they are in this particular school year and on what will be done to help them during this particular school year is, in my mind, absurd. So we're looking at telling teachers they can't do their job because these tests do it better, that this is necessary because the only way to know where our students are, that gosh, it shouldn't be used for punitive purposes, but they'll exist. All those scores will be out there anyway. And, the idea of conforming to state law and having everybody come and take the tests in person, all these things just roil around and create yet another blow during a time that has seen blow upon blow to our students and to our staff, to our education, to our communities, to our families. And I am deeply disappointed in those who do not see the damage it can cause.
I love it. I'm going to jump on into that. So you covered all of the bases that I was going to cover. So I agree 1000%. What I would say to our legislators and to Governor DeWine, if you truly, truly care about mental health in these kids and bringing them back, there will not be state tests. There is nothing to test these kids on. We want these kids to come back to school to know, A, it is safe, right? They are loved. It's just those basic things. Tonight, I know that Worthington and Dublin have this resolution on their agenda. Reynoldsburg and Gahanna have already passed it. Grandview has it on their agenda Wednesday night, and Columbus City Schools has it on their next week. So school boards are coming for you. We are done. We are not lying down for this. We are up. We are telling you our kids will not be tested. We are going to focus on our kids' social and emotional well-being and get them back to school where they know they are safe. That's where I'm at.
I think Dr. Nestor Baker really said all of it well. The students have been through so much, and the legislators are pushing hard to get the students back into school. Okay, let's get the kids back into school and then take precious educational time to test them in the middle of a pandemic. Parents don't need that kind of pressure either. Parents don't need the kind of pressure to prepare their students for these high stakes testing, and our frontline educators do not need to try and get students back in and look at them and say, welcome back. In a few weeks, you're going to be tested. So the most important thing, it seems to me, is the purpose of these tests, as stated, is to find out where the kids are. Just where are they? I will put my child's teacher in charge of where is he learning, where is he falling behind, instead of a rote, unnecessary test. And then finally, the thing that I would say most important is I'll vote for this resolution, but I don't like it. And I would tell my fellow school board members around Central Ohio to vote for it. But here's the part I don't like. It doesn't go far enough. It should say, President Bell, whereas everything I just read is true, whereas this, therefore, ipso facto, we're not going to do it. Westerville's not going to take the test. This doesn't say that, and I'm not going to insist on it. Because I can tell you, I've tried to get some of those other board members from around Central Ohio to buy into that. We are not going to do it. And haven't been able to do that. And I find that frustrating. That the governor will say, we're not going to let you get these vaccination shots unless you're all back in. And yet he won't also say, get all back in and love your kids and tell them you're glad you're seeing them and try to teach them. So I'm going to vote for it, but I don't think it goes far enough.
Well, I'm all for Mr. Velardo going farther than this, but I'm happy to have the resolution on the agenda too, because I'm not going to repeat everybody's, really accurate and fantastic points about what kids need right now and trusting our teachers to be able to assess them, and social emotional wellness. Those have been made, but I have a particular, there's a particular piece of the resolution where it asserts that testing is a health risk or could, present health risks. So Dr. Kellogg, we talked about a lot of operational pieces around the return to school, lots of care that's happening in terms of like spacing kids out and, moving things in buildings. Can you walk us through just your awareness of what testing weeks look like in schools?
It's a logistics challenge in its best year to arrange for proctoring for specialized testing conditions for some students that are required, for makeups, for the extended time that's needed. It is a logistics nightmare in a regular year. And I know in talking to principals about everything we're doing, this rises to the top of their biggest concern. What are we going to do when? And so, yeah, this is a real challenge.
Thank you. I just want to raise that because that's just an additional reason that, I think Dr. Nestor Baker called this absurd, right? Trying to test. It's another reason why it's absurd. We're all going through this to get the classrooms ready, space kids as far apart as possible, keep kids in smaller groups when we can, and then to talk about going into a testing scenario where you might be moving large groups of kids between buildings or bringing together kids that wouldn't normally be together is ridiculous. So for that reason, on top of these other reasons, I don't want any testing in this district, any state testing in the district this year. It's a health concern.
Nicole, what's our risk if we were to say no?
So that's an excellent question, one that I have inquired about and have not received an official answer on. I do know that our state funding, to which we receive about $45 million a year to the general fund, the law is written in such a way that the state can take dollars away from us for students that don't participate in state funding. But as everyone up here knows, we haven't had a formula in a very long time. So I think that the state would have a difficult time arguing taking dollars away when we're not funded per pupil as it is, because there is no funding formula at the moment. The other piece, the new student wellness and success funds that were part of the most recent biennium budget, we're in our second year of that. That potentially could be in jeopardy. We also would have to take into account federal funding that we receive that could potentially be in jeopardy if the federal government doesn't provide waivers.
Thank you for that information. It is clearly a significant risk. And I think that most or all of us up here think we should say no, as Rick was saying. We should add to this. I don't think we're ready to put that on the resolution yet. I do want us to continue to pursue information. If we need to engage legal counsel around that, I would certainly be in favor of that. I hate to see our children hurt again, and to have it done because of a bureaucratic insistence on standardized testing that in good years doesn't necessarily reflect reality, and in bad years reflects nothing but an insistence on process. So I'm not ready to add it, Rick, but I want to add it. So I am saying publicly, I want us to continue to pursue any options we may have to remove ourselves, our children, from these tests this year. However that might look, whatever machinations might be possible to occur, I want us to look for those, see what we can find.
And I would lend my voice to the chorus that has already gone before me in agreement with all that has been stated. I believe that subjecting our students to standardized testing in the midst of this, the word gets used a lot, but it's appropriate in the midst of, let's find another word this time, in the midst of these unconventional times that we are going through, that are unconventional, yes, and unprecedented. To subject our students to standardized testing, I think is wrong. It is information that once, again, as Dr. Nesta Baker has stated, that once it exists, it will be used without an asterisk to say and to take into consideration everything that is going on in the lives of students as well as staff and parents in the community, and will be used against public schools. And so I would implore our state representatives, Representative Carfagna, Representative Lightbody, Senator Bruner, to hear the concerns of not only this board, but the boards of education from around the state, and to represent us accordingly. And so, let me stop there. Dr. Kellogg, I don't want to put you on the spot, but while we're talking about it, would you, is there anything you would like to share regarding the resolution and the situation that schools are facing?
I don't think I could say it any better than all of you did, particularly as people who have children and grandchildren in our schools. I've talked to several community members who have expressed questions about this, want to be engaged, want to talk. I just think we need to keep pressing. It's there's nothing good in this. It's just really simple. There's no benefit to this direction. There's not a single benefit, and the state that is going to provide us information about where our students are. No, thank you. I don't need the help. We can do that on our own. I don't need your help. Beyond that, any other justification really starts to look disingenuous and actually looks to have the potential to be used explicitly for negative reasons.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ms. Marshall, is there anything as the district treasurer that you would like to say and weigh in?
Thank you, President Bell. So the funding does concern me, which is why I inquired to the Department of Education about it. But, I do think as a parent in this district, the last thing I want to see is my fourth grader to have to go through state testing when she returns in full time. But, this is something that I will continue to keep an eye on. I would like to remind the board that Senator Brenner is the chair of the Secondary and Primary Education Committee. So I do think it's important that we work with our legislators as we, are working towards a common goal.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, let's vote. Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Nesta Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson?
Yes.
Mrs. Altman?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
Yes. Next item on our agenda, agenda item 14, public comments. We had prepared this evening thinking that we may get a large volume of public comments that would come in, but we have actually received a couple. And so since we've only received a couple, what I'd like to do is go ahead and to share those. The first one comes from Todd Lotz in Reeds. As you all know, saw, and heard, there was a tremendous amount of parents who rallied in support of Superintendent Kellogg's all-in March 8 plan prior to the last board meeting. A possible record number of people tuned into the last board meeting to hear the result of all the hard and I'm sure detailed work done to present that plan to parents and the community. Many questions were posed, some more skeptical than others. More comments were made stating how leadership will not be pressured into this process. However, no one in leadership ever took the time to acknowledge the hundreds of parents who are in support of this plan and the board carrying out this all-in return to school plan. What does leadership have to say to these parents who took time out of their busy schedule to show support for you only to be shunned publicly over those who applied negative pressure? Thank you. The second comment that we received is from Vicky Faust, and hers reads, why do you keep saying that the distance needs to be 3 feet when the CDC is recommending 6 feet? I think the CDC is probably a better choice to follow than Delaware County Public Health. I believe Franklin County Public Health is also saying 6 feet. It was just said the county health departments feel their recommendations align with the new CDC guidelines. The CDC guidelines still recommend that students are 6 feet apart. I'm very confused because our district is using 3 feet apart. 3 does not equal 6. This does not align with the CDC recommendation. So those are the 2 public comments that we received and that were submitted so far this evening. Moving on to the next agenda item, agenda item 15, board comments. Who would like to go first?
I'll just a couple of quick comments. Thank you. It seems like it was a very long time ago that we were celebrating having served over 570,000 meals, right? That was several hours ago at this point, but having served 570,000 meals to students. So again, I just want to reiterate the thanks to our food service team and our transportation team. And I know that other people pitched into that too, those 2 teams really carried the bulk of that work. But I just want to thank everybody who was involved in that it's feeding kids. I mean, that's in the middle of a pandemic, maybe the most important thing we can do is feed kids. So thank you for doing that. And then just congratulations to Ms. Marshall and the team for the audit. Yeah, that's really fantastic news. And I love that Mr. Hammond said that I forget the exact word, but he was excited, or he didn't use the word fun, but it was something close to serve on the audit committee. So he deserves some kind of a little sticker for that. And then finally, I do just really want to take a moment to thank everybody who provides feedback right now. No matter, if they're for a return, against a return, it's really important for us to hear where you are, to hear your particular concerns, to think about how those concerns relate to, what we're attempting to do here. So just want to acknowledge that whenever an email is received, I know that time goes into that, thought goes into that. Whether it's people outside before a board meeting or people Zooming with me, which I've done with a few folks about this, or emails or phone calls, just appreciate that feedback. It really is helpful.
Thanks, Jen. I agree with you. So I'm not going to repeat everything you said, but those are very close to my feelings also. I'm going to add one thing to it. When we talked about Black History Month, we have so many amazing partners in this district, and I want to highlight just a couple more because I feel like we always have the opportunity, at least sitting up here, to maybe shout out a couple more. So to WPE, Westerville Partners for Education, and the Many Voices Project, thank you so much for bringing that to our district. And I think they partnered with Reading Matters. That was amazing. And I know we had several PTAs and PTOs that also provided books for kids in their libraries. So thank you for that community outreach. And it does feel like the community is reaching in and really working towards this. So I appreciate this. And to Carrie Dennis, which I said I wasn't going to repeat, but to Carrie and her team, you have such an amazing, vibrant team, and working side by side with them has been amazing. I want to shout out to Nicole Marshall, who on most Saturdays is out there handing out meals in the cold. So thank you also to you, Nicole, as one of the members of WEC out there. So thank you.
I'm going to say ditto to what you both said. It's easy to lose sight of the incredible things that have continued to happen in this school district during these unconventional and unprecedented times. When we look at everything from what's being done around Black History Month to the awards that come to us, awards that aren't necessarily even sought, but that come to us because of the excellent care we seek to provide our children and the excellence we seek as regards the conduct of our business. It drives home to me how remarkable people are in the face of tough times, and how far people in our community, not just our employees, but definitely our employees and our partners and our families, how far everyone will go to do the best they possibly can do for the children and young people who call this district home. We can't ever lose sight of all of the pieces and parts that go on. It's easy to get focused in on back to school, in-person versus remote, all of those extraordinarily important decisions. But when we focus, we got to make sure that we never lose our focus on all of the other pieces, all of the parts that continue to make up a pretty remarkable community and remarkable school systems. I want to thank everyone for their involvement in feeding our children, in making sure that we reach out to touch the social development of our children, to expand our cultural horizons, to build our understanding, to bring us together when the world strives to drive us apart. The world being everything from viruses to arguments to funding to all of those negatives. But instead we pull ourselves together. And it is a function sometimes of will to do that. And this community never lacks that will.
Very quickly, Carrie Dennis and Tammy Santa, two people that do work which is often unheralded and unpraised, but desperately needed. And so congratulations to both of you, one for Tammy taking on additional responsibility. Thanks for doing that, Tammy. Good, we appreciate that. And to Carrie, also taking on additional responsibility and for this award. Scott Dorn, that was a whale of a report,
Thank you, Mr. Villardo. I would again agree with all that has been said. I think I speak for all of us when I say that we consider ourselves to be public servants, and we understood the nature of the responsibility when we signed up for this assignment. We consider it an honor to be able to serve our community in this way. And so we absolutely appreciate hearing from all facets and all of the constituents that are a part of our community. I want to also take a moment to really thank Dr. Kellogg and the entire staff and all of our building staff for the wonderful job that you are doing in executing the plan that has been presented and put in place. As a board, we would want you to know that you have our full support. And if there is anything that the board can do to assist you in helping to make this come about, we are here again to serve. I would also like to, during Black History Month, would like to really thank Ms. Cynthia DeVise and all of the hard work that she has put in helping to introduce equity, the equity teams, as well as the district equity team and the building equity teams, and really mention the professional development that opportunities that are on the district website is simply some of the best that I have seen. So I would highly encourage everyone to to watch those and to benefit from them. And with that, we will move on to agenda item 16, dates, times, and locations of the next meetings. The board will meet on Monday, March the 8th, 2021 at 6 o'clock p.m. at the Early Learning Center located at 936 East Wind Drive, Westerville, Ohio, 43081. Agenda item 17. 17.01 is executive session. The board will move to executive session for the purpose of considering the compensation and employment of a public employee. May I have a motion and a second to move to executive session?
From this, do you see it there, Vaughn?
Yes.
You're just asking for a motion and a second for that, 17.1. The wording's a little bit different than what you read.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just complimented you on how well you're doing in these meetings too, didn't I?
I know, you just jinxed me.
I do.
Fast. May I have a motion? The motion will read, executive session for the purpose of discussing the compensation, employment, and discipline of public employees. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And with that, the board will move to executive session. And then we will return here to adjourn the
You
meeting.
have to vote on that.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm really just messing it all up. Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Velardo,
Yes.
Dr. Nesterbaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Altman,
Yes.
Mrs. Davidson,
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes. And we will return from executive session here and adjourn at that time.
It's 8:43.
The time is 10:19. We are returning from executive session. Next item on our agenda item 18.01, adjournment. May I have a
So
motion?
moved. So moved.
Second.
Ms. Marshall, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Davidson,
Yes.
Ms. Zaltman,
Yes.
Dr. Nestor
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes. And we are adjourned, 10:19.